Stone Cold. That's me. Stone Cold. There is. What's up, Yak? How we living? How are we living? You want to know? Oh, so much work, so much stuff to do. I appreciate the accommodations, but you want to know something that I notoriously am always weary and dreary about is the reason why, and hashtag we're not a political channel, the reason why conservatism conservatism prevails in this country is because they never say the quiet part out loud, right? They never outright play. But I just listened. There's this little guitar dude. I think his name is Waters or something like that. He was on Stephen Colbert's show. He dropped 4 albums, and basically he sings the news, and he has a song called "Join Ice," and I just listened to it, and after listening to it, I just now downloaded it, and you know me, um, I'm a pirate of the sea, but I had to go support this little white boy because he made such a great point. He was like, "I hope we don't let them." Jesse Waters is not my dyslexia. My dyslexia. We all know who we're talking about. But there's a part of my brain. There's very much so a part of my brain um, that very much so says this should be what white American culture should be. But he made a in one of his other songs, he made a point about how we specifically do not punish conservatism when it goes past its when it does too much, and we need to be comfortable doing that. And I just love that. I love that. I want more of that, and I'm gonna go find that. So that is the angle that I'm taking for this, right? We want to be more proactive about finding, because um, watching the the warlord that is the secretary for the Department of Justice or whatever her name is, just get grilled and just openly, like, what happened? When did lying under oath become okay? That was a crime that you could be sent to jail for, and then one day we just stopped. We made it, and like we don't hold it. She lied bold faced and said we've never deported any American citizens or any veterans. Literally deported somebody. Literally pulled up on Zoom. The dude got there on Zoom. I think he's in South Korea, and they pulled him up and was like, "No, here's a dude, a veteran. He took 2 bullets for us. Took 2 bullets, and we deported him." Deported him. Ren, Ren, there's a 3 bullet minimum, maybe, but I just want us to get back to a point where being like Sesame Street, Sesame Street taught us all that even the grumpiest, grouchiest mother lover this side of the Mississippi can acknowledge being a liar isn't cool. Oscar the Grouch agrees. So we just need to get back to Sesame, like, and that's when I realized being a good person is hard. It's hard. Why be good when you're punished for it? These shit's crazy. It's diabolical, really. Watched 20 minutes of Candace. Oh, okay. Okay. I, you know, I don't know if I'm being trolled or not. Hear me out. Does this not feel, and I feel like I'm being a conspiracy theorist, but does this not feel like this is, like, okay, this is my big brain theory. I think they're all in on it. They're creating this infighting because what is the end game for her? Because yes, I watched, yes, I watched, and I felt like my dyslexia got worse because of it. I watched 30 minutes of her latest episode, and they're talking about basically how she was invited to go there, and people are like, "No, don't go. They're gonna murder you." And it's just like you don't. Is it? They're all in it together. They said, how can we make the most money popular? Like, I'll say this about social media and about content creation. I'll let you in on a little secret. The reason why content creators grow so fast is because of drama. Drama sells. In fact, it sells better than sex because both parties can be engaged. Both parties can throw something into it. And the best way to grow your audience is to beef with another person, have your go back and forth, and then a year later apologize. And the people who were once hate watching you are now like, oh, okay. I'm okay with them. Or make them watch you long enough for them to realize there's something about you that they would enjoy talking. And I just can't get over the fact that nobody seems to be nobody seems to be like getting it. Nobody seems to be getting like what's going on here. Are you okay with me reaching back out? If she didn't, no, because like Candace is, she's smart. Like the thing, the proving ground for her is two things. One, if she had decided to like keep on pushing this whole, um, como se dice, this whole like Macron's wife is a man, and was like, no, take me to court. I want to see her flash her pussy to the court. If she kept that going, then yeah, she's not delusional. Alex Jones believes in his delusions. Candace Owens doesn't believe in her delusions. She just believes in enough of it to make money. And she basically told on herself. Candace Owens' basic income has increased tenfold, just like it's just simple math. When Charlie Kirk died, and it's crazy. His killer is literally being. They're in court right now, and it's not public. Even though Charlie got killed in public, I feel like we should be able to watch that court case. Also, what's up with DoorDash? Like two DoorDash drivers are in court right now because one pepper sprayed a food, even though they got an $8 tip, and then the other person walked into someone else's house and took a picture of them sleeping and said that they were sexually assaulted. And she also asked, "Can there not be cameras in here?" And the judge has to be a Gen Xer. Said, "Oh, you was okay with cameras earlier. What the fuck happened?" But there's just so much shit going on. But like Candace Owens strikes me as a person that is in on. They're both in on the joke. They're both in on the joke. But I'm curious to know what the end game is. And mark my words, if she ends up working at the end of all of this, that would have only confirmed my theories. That would have only confirmed my theories. I won't need retribution at the end of this. Oh, ooh, my latest video is doing really well. I was talking about AI and water consumption. Damn it. That's not what I want to do. They all benefit from it, however, but they are not intentional in on it together. It's too early to. I disagree. I really don't think they are all in on it together. They benefit mutually, yes. But okay, just because you don't have a handshake agreement doesn't mean that you're in on it. The stock market is a perfect example of this. Snipers snipe. The AVGO is down 5%, even though they're gonna hit numbers and their recorded numbers are all positive. Yeah, people like me were waiting for the snipers to snipe so that I could pick up the pieces. Just because there's not a handshake agreement doesn't mean that there's an understanding. And I feel like it's the understanding that's coming from this. Because what is the and the reason why I say this, what is the end game? What is the end goal here? The end goal is for them to meet on mutual ground where that handshake can take place. But ultimately, this is garnering attention, and and we live in a populist society. Attention is the goal. Ad revenue, clicks per view, whatever is going. There's going to be so much of that they're going to when we the reason why the WWF and WWE and all of that shit continue to be popular is because even though we know we're being lied to, we're still entertained. And if we're anything in this current society, we are a society who pays attention to who's entertaining us. And it's very dangerous that 2 weeks ago or a month ago, because I think we were talking about this a month ago or something like that, we were talking about a month ago or so we were talking about like um hey let's not let's bring her back into the fold. The Democratic Party was talking about let's make are there's enough space for us in a tent to put her in there. I was like, no, keep her punk ass out. Turning Point USA. Yeah, but she's not the most popular because she's saying something informative. She's the most popular because she's creating drama. Drama has limits. And the one thing about drama is you gotta then for you to hit the same levels, you gotta top it. And unless they plan on dead sniping Nick Fuentes, and then she professes her love for him and shows how she, before she got married and had a kid, how they were going to be a thing. I don't think she can top this. So therein lies my question: what is her end game? Is she okay? Is this her final 15 minutes of fame? Cool. If for her to gain this all and for her to be done forever, I'd take that. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I am giving them too much credit. You're right. You're right. I'm thinking like they have a great operation going on here. You're right. You're right. You're right. So then, if we could talk about the idio, the dumb, the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is she's clinging on to everything because looking at her previous numbers compared to now, she was literally doing numbers that I was. She was basically at one point doing numbers from an ad revenue. So this is all I can see. I can't see like her Patreon and all that other stuff. But like back when I was in my heyday, posting every day, I was clocking in about a thousand or so views an hour uh, on my golden videos. So for every one that I had, she would have 20. Yo, she was hurting. So like to see her numbers now go from that 1,000 or so, and this is like even post her Kanye thing. She's very much like I hope people just see the pattern. The pattern is she attaches herself to strong men in society. Whoever has the biggest name. When Kanye was saying all those crazy things, she attached herself to that. The only man I ain't never seen her attached to is her husband, literally. Charlie died, she pulled him from the grave, attached herself to that. So she's very reactive. So from that basis, you can always predict what her next move is going to be. It's not intentional. It's not intentional. I'll yield to that. Wow, I didn't know this video was doing that well. Are you okay? I asked my boss, "Are you okay with me reaching back out?" And he said no. So is he? I think he probably read it. Do you mind if I reach back out? And he said nope. Just to be clear. Uh, maybe I read. I feel like I read that wrong because I feel like he said. I thought he probably thought I said, "Do you mind?" But if I said, "Are you okay with me reaching back out?" and you said no, the preposition of the statement would be no. I don't want you to follow through. No, please follow through. Yeah, you would have to clarify. The nope on its own is a negative. So, and my question is a positive. All right. You got to know negative, positive prepositions and statements. It helps in corporate America a lot. Um, well, here to tell you they were definitely fucked. They definitely fucked. They have the energy of a. He was exploring. He was trying to figure things out. He went through a phase. She probably she probably picked up on that phase. And you know what? Hey, we're not a political channel, but we definitely talk about quality pumps. You feel me? We're not gonna shy away from that. We're not gonna shy away from that. You feel me? Ren, I have seen a few YouTubes concerning those two weird, but America, yeah. Um, very much so curious though to see the follow through with that. Anyways, the reason we default to thinking that these guys are all a part of the Big Ten organization is because of stuff like Heritage Foundation and Koch brothers and shit. But if we saw just a few weeks ago, the Heritage Foundation can't even control their assets like Tucker. Hmm. Is it interesting? Echoes? Oh, there's an echo coming from somewhere? I don't hear an echo. Oh, echo chambers. Oh, yeah. Finish the sentence. No, echo chambers. That is it. Because it is strange that for as close as the Trump administration was to Fox News and the chokehold that Tucker had on Fox News, for him to have not just been implemented directly into the fray of the White House has to be a direct blow to Tucker's ego, which would make him want to pivot But pivot for what sake? Also, what because Tucker could be the fringe right, he could be viewed as a centrist, but as a bow tie wearing centrist fringe like conservative, someone like Nick Fuentes. But then like even if you got a more polished version of Nick Fuentes to come on your channel, Piers Morgan did. I think Piers Morgan is definitely an op because this motherfucker just straight up came out and said, this motherfucker just came out and straight up said, "Yo, um, do you like Nazis? Are you?" And he answered. He answered in the affirmative. So like that just makes him look bad in the future. Deer Hunter, what are my pronouns? He, him, Himothy. Exactly. So it's like, and to your point, I think one of the weirder things is like in this very moment, I don't think there was a conservative talking point other than the big box media staples that had a firm understanding of what the messaging should be. And I think one of the weirder things that this administration has been able to do is have multiple fringe groups of the far lunatics, the we do not accept you, we do not claim you, because that's always been a thing with the Republican Party. Republican Party is perfectly fine having the Nick Fuentes types vote for them. They're just not comfortable with them talking for them. And now we're in a situation where do you get your messaging from? And if the messaging isn't consistent, it might cause two separate groups to fight against each other. And that's where we get Turning Point USA fighting against Candace Owens, even though both parties, no matter what, will vote for this in the same direction. I mean, you have to call him fringe. This is a guy. This is a guy that said he was okay with his own daughter being sexually assaulted and carrying the child out. And this is also a guy that was like, yeah, a few people have to die in order for us to keep the Second Amendment. And then he got shot while lying about shooting stats. If that's not fringe, I don't know what is. Like we've hit a point now where Officer Tatum is denouncing stats from that Fox News is putting out there, and it's all because he wasn't invited to speak at some event. So like the next thing for him to do would be the same thing that Candace did. Once the establishment pushes you away, and you're conservative, if you're a conservative that doesn't, and I think this is the talking point, if you're a conservative that doesn't if you are not a white Christian straight male or one of those people having sex with them and is a woman, then you must find a fringe part of the conservative party because you will not be accepted unless you have power. And if you look at all the people, the outliers, they don't match the description. You have a situation where Candace Owens, black woman, Officer Tatum, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, they're all now on the outside because they don't meet the standard. Oh, and you got to support Israel. Milo, yes. Like, These are all people who all will vote the same way regardless, but they're just designed to get more people. And this is the problem with the Democratic Party, because you'll have people who believe in Palestine to the extent where they won't vote to a vote of no confidence by not voting. So the Republican Party can silently accept their fringe. The Democratic Party does not do the same, and we suffer for it unequivocally. And he will though. He will though. And that's the thing. Like even to this day, even our little head big beautiful boy, the fact that he hasn't been embraced to some extent, even watching Zoran win, and we still don't have a way. Like could you imagine Zoran winning and like we don't have a way of implementing his process? And like Tim Waltz is currently going through a thing in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where like he's part of embellishing himself because of embezzlement and poor money management. How do you have a poor money management issue when there's people like Lena Khan out there? Lena Khan should be part of. I know she's part of. I think she's part of Zoran's committee, but like she needs to be in any and all conversations as it comes to equitable living and better business practices. The problem with the Democratic Party is there's too many things for us to fix for us not to just pick one and just fix that shit. It's too much shit out there for us to be doing for us not to have one thing we're just good at. And that's what you think about. Republicans are really good at causing pain. And notice how broad that statement is. And for the life of me, I could not define what mission is to be exposed. I mean, you have like tell me there's not a reason to it. Like remember, you are a slave if you are deemed to be a prisoner of the state or the country. So you don't think it's strange that we are currently going through a job crisis situation, and instead of us to improve the economy by means of supplementing the economy, putting more restrictions on businesses so they can't usurp the processes. Like the biggest employer in the world is Walmart. In the country is Walmart, and they literally have more than 25% of their 70% of their frontline workforce need food stamp assistance. You it's a self-fulfilling say. So like of course you can't put American citizens in jail fast enough, so you grab some dude outside of Home Depot and make him work for $1 a day and say it costs $5 to use the phone, so you got to work every day. That's much easier and cheaper for businesses. Like when we get to ICE detentions, and ICE detentions are now being used as fulfillment centers, ring the alarm. That's slavery. A dude got arrested. A dude got arrested by ICE off of a farm, was detained, processed, and then sent back to the farm to pick and do the job he was literally arrested for doing. But okay, but therein lies the problem. What's wrong with paying a cart pusher if his job was simply to push carts from outside to inside, stock? What's the problem? What's the problem with paying people more? Why is it always a discussion when it's time to pay people who are perceived to be less fortunate or less valuable better? Right? What's the argument against it? Oh, inflation? Well, inflation's happening now and people aren't getting paid. Because the normal rate of inflation would go up as people's quality of life go up. That's not happening. So what's your deterrent? You mean to tell me, because there's not a bunch of people out here pushing carts. For every store, there's two or three, maybe. Big box store, let's give them five. 30, that's less than $100,000 a year. Like, Tucker Carlson wouldn't stop to pick up $100,000. It would cost him more. My whole point is, when you're talking about the economy and your first thing is to point to the people who are suffering in said economy, you've missed the big picture. If I'm not getting enough, I shouldn't look behind me to get the rest. I should look in front of me. Who do you want to pay for it? If okay, I'll put it like this. If we just use the money that we had in the system responsibly, this wouldn't be a question, because the question of who is a matter of, is not who, is why not? Why are we not using the money we have to pay for this? Because we literally have corporations who don't pay their fair share. No, I'm not proposing a tax pickup. I'm proposing a tax rewrite. Because that's another talking point. Who's going to pay for it? Where's the money going to come from? The money's already available. It's just not being allocated accordingly. If we if we stopped Walmart from being provided special privileges such as tax-free water waste, tax-free water consumption, tax-free electricity use, and force them to pay their fair wages across the country, that would more than cover the disproportionate effect that they have on the people who work in said companies. There's no question that these corporations can provide the money, period. But we have to make sure that they are paying their fair wages. And since our country has inherently been focused on making sure that they don't, of course we're in this predicament. And then I have someone who is and Poop, I'm going to make the assumption that you're not making $100 million a year. Neither am I. But now I have someone who's within arm reach of my tax bracket telling me that people who are struggling should continue to struggle because who's going to pay? Because you think you're going to be rich one day. You think you're going to be $100 million man or woman. You think you're going to make it there, and you don't want to be affected by those laws in the future. I'm here to tell you, and barring a lottery pick, you go famous, or an officer beats your ass, or maybe Donald Trump shoots you in the arm, and you survive, and you're just paid for the rest of your life, you're not going to be in that tax bracket. So you should definitely be more invested and interested in making sure that people behind you are living better, because the people behind you, as long as they are doing better, you by default will have to do better. By default, you will have to do better. Well, I'm pointing to them because they are in charge. They own the House. They own Congress. They own the White House, and they own the the Supreme Court. They own all three layers of our government, and we are literally spiraling into a material living situation. If they wanted to right now to make sweeping broad changes to increase and improve the lives of Americans, they have no hurdles stopping them, and they would even have Democrats join them in that factor. But literally, the big beautiful bill is known as a tax cut giveaway. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'm perfect. Tax everybody. This isn't a red tie versus blue tie thing. This is a have versus have not. Okay, you want people to do well. Series frame train. What? But I ain't paying for them more than I do. And once again, no one's saying. I never said anything about increasing the taxes on working class people. Would you agree, very simply, if you made over, if you live in a four-person household, right? You may live in a four-person household, and if you live in a household that's under four people, and you make $1 million, that you should have an additional tax rate. And if you have, and if that anytime that million goes to the fifth, so 5 million, 10 million increments, it'll be an additional tax hike. Because as long as you agree to that, then me and you should be fine. I don't plan on ever making $1 million a year. I just don't. So then who would I look at? Who would I look at to take more from than the people who have the most? Do you think corporations who yeah, but we have it's a barrier. Well, corporations are deemed humans in our tax bill, so they would fall into this category. The Supreme Court has already ruled that corporations deserve the same rights that humans do. So they would fall to this. Yeah. So when I make this broad sweeping change, businesses that make $1 million in revenue, yeah, put them on the chopping block. But this is just the entry point. There can be layers above it. That's the part. See, yeah, this is why we need to have the show because I just want to understand it. Yeah, those are the people I'm looking for. When Lena Khan was in office and was in charge of that, she had I have never seen bit I because I'm in the stock market. I'm in the stock market. And I would be listening to the calls about people saying, like at the craps table, you're not allowed to say the 5 plus 2 word. You're not allowed to say 5 plus 2 on the craps table. People will fight you. I remember being in a meeting and hearing someone say her name, and they literally booed him. Exactly, man. Yeah, perfectly stated. We have a means of doing this, but as long as we don't have people in representation who are willing to do it, it's going to be a circle conversation between a bunch of people who will never reach that echelons. That's what it comes down to. But you were when I the crazy part is, and poop, this is something you got to check with yourself. What's up, Robo? This is something you got to check with yourself, because when I said increasing taxes, your default was, yeah, increasing taxes on a person who works at a grocery store and pushes carts in. That, I know that's not what you said, but that was your assertion. Your assertion was that you have to be more forward thinking in that approach. That's what I'm gonna suggest to you. Very much so. Look at the person in front of you, because that's who everyone in this, Yag. I'm speaking for you. Let me know if I'm wrong. That's who Yag pointed to, the person in front of them. That's who I pointed to, the person in front of them. You pointed backwards. So like that's like that part of your mind that makes you say, "Oh, taxes increasing, that's going to affect me." No, very much so. Aim that aggression towards the people in front of you, because I'm not going to be a millionaire. I think when I was a kid, I very much so wanted to be a millionaire. And then as I got older, I was like, "Oh, that'd be gross." So like that's the mentality, right? That's the mentality change. Yeah, they reset it every like they made an update and they probably reset it. I gotta go back and see what it is. Like, well, no, and there's a great point there, because like I think like somebody was talking about it, like, okay, if you're a laborer and you're making $1 million, that's it. Somebody was I was trying to explain to somebody that's not a lot of money if you're a laborer, because that implies that you're using your physical body. And when you think of laborers, you don't think of people like athletes, but like I think like there's a rookie, like one of the early quarterback, Brock Purdy, had a roommate, and he's a quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. But also he lives in San Fran, and you can't afford anything out there, even on $1 million salary. Based on where the team is, based on where he has to go, based on how he has to do, based on his contract. Now, obviously, the his and this is when you get to see like that corporations know how to do this, because they were in the playoffs. They definitely made sure he had living accommodations. They definitely made sure his living situation wasn't mandatory. But you have to, the fact that we can't find a way to usurp that process and make it happen for fucktown in the middle of nowhere, America, is crazy. And there's no reason why a Walmart should shut down all of the small town facilities. Yeah, the government owes us. The government owes us. That's what we pay taxes. Taxes without representation is theft. No, well, yeah, rent. I feel like anybody in this chat could retire with $1 million easily. But this notion that literally nobody deserves, no one owes us anything, is a complete fabrication and a way of penalizing you for assuming that the government is not owed to the people. Taxation without representation is theft. They do owe us something. I mean, and it would be different if we could look to other countries and not see this happen. But even in capitalistic centric countries, we see their system work. Japan. I just got back from Japan. Canada. They're literally north of us. Colombia. Wait, what? Japan, a failing economy since mid 90s. Since the mid 90s. Failing by whose standard? By whose standard? All of their citizens have health care. They have they have the ability, they have a public transportation system that is unrivaled, next to China probably. They what? Have I been to Colombia? Yeah, I go every year. I do go every I'll be there in April. I'll be there in April. If you think Colombia has a better standard of living and we can't be friends, have you been to Colombia? Although Colombia is a cash-based economy, the fact that they have the ability to multi-tote their currency and have implemented using bitcoins and market selling trades in their purchase, I can go to the mall, buy something off of a Bitcoin wallet or cash or a currency exchange and have no problem throughout the process. But wanted to give you a spectrum from people who are doing it all the way, people who are doing it next door to us, and people who aren't necessarily at our standard but are still managing to find ways of making it happen. I gave you a spectrum. I gave you the best. I gave you some of the best examples. I gave you the closest example to us, and I gave you an example of us, but not on our level. Like I'm not sure what your admiration is, because I'm confused. You said the system doesn't work, but here you are trying to preserve it. So does it work? It doesn't work, and you want to preserve it. Begs the question, why? And the answer is because you think in the future you'll benefit from it, which is a mindset that isn't good. You have to let that go. The reason why you don't want to let that go is because you think you'll benefit from it. And therein lies the problem. You think it's better than anywhere else. And I have to disagree because I've been to a bunch of places. I've seen the infrastructure in Westchester, London. I've been to Belgium. I've seen how Germany does it. Even in third world countries, they have infrastructure that rivals us. London is trash. EU's falling apart, but somehow, some way, they still have healthcare for all of their people. So somehow, some way, they still manage to give women 6 months of maternity leave. In addition, mandatory, but in addition to what they EU 50% tax rate with low salaries. Somehow, EU still has millionaires, billionaires. Somehow their middle class is still bigger than America's. Literally go look up how many people who live in America have migrated or immigrated rather to South American countries to live. When the remote job boomed, we moved down. Now the thing that you might be conflating with living standard is currency value. Our currency value is so high, we can go to third world countries and live like kings. this is the effect. So don't conflate our currency value with our economic value. Those are two different things. Because an American dollar can't buy you a Snickers bar in America, but an American dollar can buy you a pallet jack worth of chocolate in Colombia. There's the currency value is what I think you're talking about. I'm talking about the economic value. The power of our dollar doesn't go far enough in America. I can appreciate it, but I want it to be better. The reason why I can't appreciate it is because it's not better for everybody. See, that's the problem. Once again, you're you're not looking at the people behind you. Because I know that if my car broke down today, I have $1,000 I can throw at that car to fix it. Hell, I got $5,000 to throw at it to fix it. I know that if I didn't have a job for 2 years, I could live in this current situation, eat the food I'm eating right now, go on vacation 3 times a year, and not have any issues. All my bills will be paid. But there are literally people out. I know, like, if my appendix burst today, I could go to the hospital and not have to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy when I get the bill. And is it wrong that I want other people behind me to have that, even if they don't have a medical degree, even if they've never played in the NFL, even if they don't have a stock portfolio? It should not be a bad thing for people behind me and not doing as well as me to live like me. That's the problem. That's the difference between me. I don't look at other people and say I aspire. I look at other people and say I hope everyone else can have something similar. No, people shouldn't have to make. See, and this is me being conservative. There's a part of me that feels like if you make 120. I said this a long time ago and I still believe it to this day. If you make less than $500,000 a year with a 4-person household, you should get food stamps. You should get food stamps, and you should only be required to pay half your utilities. And immediately somebody took my head off, but then I found out that's what Walmart does. When scaled for proposition, that's what Walmart does. Walmart gets half of the year the food that they receive from America at a discounted price, and they don't have to pay utilities on their buildings, and they also have the disproportionate amount of that. So corporations get that. Corporations get that. So why don't people get that in their semblance of their lives? If you micromanaged it down to a family of 4, that's what it would be. And it's not like we don't have the money. When we can give other countries health care, but not our own people, I mean, there can't be there's not really an argument. And really, once again, this is me being like ultra fringe left. Oh, class consciousness is because because class consciousness is more in order for us to be class consciousness, we have to first acknowledge the racial dissociation we have. As long as there's a person like me, I think I said this to somebody while I was at the train station the other day. I was sitting on the train, and there was a person next to me, and they were talking about like, oh, how Thanksgiving was so rough this year, and they couldn't buy all the things they wanted to buy, and da 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 this, and they ran out of rolls, and she was just like, this economy is just out of control, and she just very gingerly whispered, you know, I wish I could be on food stamps like some of the other families I saw at the store. Now, am I being biased here? Maybe. But I wanted to lean over and agree, and I said, yeah, you should be on food stamp like the rest of these people. I was like, yeah, because my immediate feeling, if there was a hole in my heart, it would have been like, that's racist, that's fucked up. But in truth, you do deserve it, lady. There's actually well, and they're not Mormon. I think they're Amish. There's a lot of Amish people that take the train. There's a huge Amish community in the North Wisconsin area apparently, which is, I mean, it makes sense. I think the founder of Illinois was Amish, or no, he wasn't Amish. He was Mormon. They killed him. It was crazy. I made a story about it. But yeah, I enjoyed this conversation. I it's just the ag hit it on head. Class consciousness has literally got us in the chokehold. Like, if you can't look at somebody and be like, damn, they're doing well for themselves, shrug your shoulders and say, cool. But like, yeah, like there was also this thing. This is, you know what? You know what we really need to get to down to. We need to stop the Amish from using public transportation, because what you mean you want to use public transportation? Now get on the horse and buggy and get in the snow, bitch. I wish we could all agree that we want better for everyone. Yeah, Poop, I don't think you want better for everyone. Poop, I don't think Poop, I don't think if everyone if like, I hope this isn't the case, but in the grand scheme of this, if everyone could do better except for you, you wouldn't like that. But I live that. We coming from Home Depot? Valid, valid. I'll leave it alone, Ren. No hostility, no hostility. For me, it's more so just like your statements sort of contradict what you're trying to because your heart's in the. I think your mind's in the right place, but your heart isn't catching up. Like, I think like that's the pushing of it, right? I'm always gonna be for people like who don't understand that gap, because that gap is, you've been trained to feel that way. You've been trained to feel that way and believe that that's the truth, that there is no way for us to do this. We would have to increase the taxes on working class people. That's acceptable. You've been taught to accept that that's the acceptable thing. You were taught to fight the person behind you. All I'm trying to get you to do is realize the person we should be going after is that person in front of us. No, you're absolutely entitled to your opinion. And hold it. But I think when you're talking about, like, I just think like when we're talking about how we're going to improve our society, we have to first acknowledge that one, the society is ripe for changing, and who's going to bring that change? Because it's not the people in elected office right now. They're not the ones that are going to do it. On both sides of the aisle, there are leeches there. But very much so. We have to collectively as a group determine, hey yo, we got to get some of these motherfuckers up out of here. You feel me? But I'm always going to enjoy this level of dialogue. I appreciate everybody who comes to give their 2 cents. It's much needed. It's much wanted. I appreciate it. But this was a good yap session. Great yap session. Clap it up, everybody. I'm proud of y'all. Well done. I'm going to do some yapping at work now. I got a meeting here. Y'all go check out the new video. Is it pinned? It's got some views. We were talking about AI consumption here in Chicago. They're gonna put a AI robot inside of the water. Uh, I have been coding, but I'm making a demo list now for for possible plans that we want to have for next PI. It's just a Python stack. Python off a Google Cloud project. A little bit of Terraform, but I don't know enough about Terraform to even pretend. Like anytime I get to a Terraform part, I just call a real engineer. I'm not about to sit here and pretend. All right, but I'll catch you guys in like 30.
Bitch better have my money. Bitch better have my money. Pay me what you want it. Bitch better have my. Bitch better have my. Bitch better have my. 202 is the room that we rented. Yeah, moaning to my ear. Take advantage that nobody's here. Inside you, I really wanna feel. Come a little closer, let me come a little closer, let me come a little closer, let me see. I start to see the end that you reach. She's the only one that I can teach. Take those panties off, give them the. Take those panties off, give them the. I'm not easy, you do this to me, babe. I can't get over when you hold me closer. Tease me like you're supposed to. If I fuck you, I hope that time will slow, so I won't fold and I can make you scream for more. Rip those panties to the floor. I'll be stuck in on my for sure. I'll stick in on my for certain. Say it isn't so. I mix the coke up with the bourbon. Got you in the scope. You got me hot the way
TCK, the Raise It Man.
is like a girl being pretty. You might not marry a girl just because she's pretty. But my goodness, doesn't it help?
watching someone crash and burn in an interview is so disheartening. But I had to give reviews out today, and it was just like, come on, man, come on. Like, I hate being the bearer of bad news, but shit, you ain't making it easy for your boy to give you good news. We had a big query. We had a query through 14 terabytes of information, and we had to organize it in a data lake. Granted, have it. The test is it's a relatively simple test, but you have to organize 14 terabytes of data. Um, hey, what's up, Aiden? 14 terabytes of data. You have to make it queryable. That means you have to create trees for it. Like it's a very basic tree branch organizations. They at the same time, so you have to be able to account it for tables, and you should be able to call from the highest level all the way down to the minutia, the tiniest amount, and do it across several table platforms. And no matter what your orchestrator is, it's SQL at the end of the day. But if you have to do SQL by hand, you're going to make too many mistakes. So the real test is to see how you orchestrate it. Like what system to use, whether it's like Dagster, Metaflow. You can use Python for all I care. But how are you going to orchestrate that? Because a human can do it, but you don't have 6 hours or 6 days. You got 30. You got like an hour. But yeah, we're getting close. I need this too. I need this. Data lake model and assets. Am I furious or what? Ah, shit, it's almost time to go to the gym. Um, they kind of roasted themselves. Like when someone says in the middle of their interview, I'm not doing very well, it's kind of proof. And you want to know something? I could tell that this person learned very much so the way I learned, which was just through trial and error. Like, but at some point, you have to niche down. You can't keep, like when I learned how to program and stuff like that, like I don't know how to use Godot, but I just experiment. Like it's free flowing. There's no pressure. But like if you say you want to be a data engineer, you gotta like knuckle down and get good at it. You have to get good at Python. You have to get good at Google Cloud Services or AWS. You have to get good at orchestrating things. You have to know SQL, and you have to know like infrastructure. You got to know like there's a great Udemy course that my friend gave me that I'm taking right now, and it's just understanding the lingo, understanding the standard the standard lingo will help you leaps and bounds. Right? Will help you leaps and bounds. And that's what this person was missing. They were missing like fundamentals. Like you have to be able to express your ideas. Like Microsoft Paint, I can use Microsoft Paint and draw the most like in-depth analysis of how I would do something, but that's still like coming from my understanding, right? For us, we do it based. Everyone comes in as a junior, and then you in your 30 60 90 in your 30 60 90 we 30 days to assess our whole entire infrastructure. On the 60th day, you should create a project that you want to implement for improvement or better visibility, and then on the 90th day you present, and based on if the team accepts your presentation or even implements it or wants to implement it, will dictate how you do it. Even if your project isn't implemented, it's more about your presentation that will dictate your level. And then after that, their pay will be adjusted. But it can be, if you finish it sooner, it never takes a senior 90 days for us. It usually takes our seniors, the most I've seen is 45 days. And if you don't make it, you stay the junior. And every year you get a chance to apply again. And for seniors, you apply to it to justify your pay increase. I'm a serious dude. I'm a serious dude. I mean, they hired me. um, they hired me, but in it's but you want to know something? I'm gonna say this, and feel free to say I'm a fucking clown for this, but I don't think the market is any worse than it was when I was getting in. Like Robo, I think you would fit perfectly fine into a healthcare setting. But I might be a dickhead. And I only say that because you guys were here with me. Shit, you guys still with me. Still working. Yeah, for sure. For sure. doing hybrid, work from home and office, fully remote. I'm a mixture. I go in Wednesdays and sometimes I go in on Mondays. Yeah, if I had to go in every day, I would just go back to working in the hospital. And I only make my team. I only make my team report once a week. But the rule of cool is, I think it's a mandatory day Wednesday. Yeah, when I work from home for too long, I don't go to the gym. I stop going to the gym. I don't know how to explain it, but like I gotta go to the gym. It makes me feel that's like the only place I can get active. You feel me? Nah, I need because I can't slab 500 pounds in my house. Like I did that once and I damaged the foundation. I need platforms. I had to move my gym to the garage when I was in high school. Yeah, I had mine in my basement too, but shit got real one day after. Let's just say I was a kid with a lot of testosterone back when I was growing up, and I didn't know that I didn't have an easy get out of free jail card. That's pretty impressive. 325? Anything above 250 is actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Is that baseball or basketball? That's not bad. Basketball court. I think I would do more basketball, but we don't like our. We only have a half court at our gym, and I need a full court because you gotta get the run in. I'd do a 3/4 court. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You know, if I make it, I'd love to have like 20 yards in the end zone. Like, cause there's so much you can do with that yet, right? 20 yards to the end zone, you could do soccer, football drills, you could do track drills, you could do agility drills. Oh, I'd be the coolest dad on the block. I would be I'd be a madman. Like I always say to myself, I'm not the type of dude that's gonna be barbecuing. I got a little patio back here. I got a little patio I have a decent sized backyard. I'll be out there on some, just standing out there, my leg hyped up, playing some slow jam, just with the spatula, just how to get it. I can't wait to get some beautiful woman pregnant and just have multiple kids. It's gonna be great. I've become the thing I hate. I've become the thing that I feared the most. My father. No, my father actually like used to hate our backyard. At one point, he cemented half of our backyard just to avoid cutting the grass. And then one day, like our neighbor started planting like these tulips and these lilies around his house, and my dad thought they were so pretty. And I'd never seen him like look. You know, like those we call the police signs where motherfuckers be looking through their window like, hey, and they put that shit. Also, if you put that in your window and your window gets blown out, that's like putting a target on your back and wondering why you got hit. Don't be stupid. But like, I've never seen him so nosy. And like one Saturday morning, he was just looking at it, and I could just tell he was fed up. He was like, "Fuck it." And I'm thinking to myself, "Oh my God, my dad's about to go vandalize this person's garden." And he goes and knocks on the door, and he's like, "Oh, I've been looking at your flower things." He makes me come with him for some reason. Like I was gonna support backup or something. Like I was just gonna be there to tell the police what you did. Interrupted my Saturday morning cartoons. And he was like, I just love your garden so fucking much, man. I just gotta know how you do it. And he took my dad out there, took him to a plot and showed my dad how to garden. And literally in 2 weeks, our shit was just as popping. And I always say to myself, that is the version of my father. That is the best version of my father. Of all the versions of him, it was the backyard dad. You feel me? You feel me? Alright. Let's go to the gym. Oh no. Hey, long before I learned how to program, I learned how to talk on the internet. So for me, it's just another day. What's that Street Fighter line? M Bison, one of the greatest lines in cinema. For you, it was the worst day of your life. You watched your mother die. You watched your father die with shame. Your village was burnt to the ground. And you spent the rest of your life, you spent the rest of that day figuring out how you were going to spend the rest of your life trying to kill me. But for me, it was Tuesday. It was simply Tuesday. It's been a long time. Oh, the Street Fighter the Street Fighter movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme, and I don't know who else was the lead in that, is one of the worst theatrical things I've ever seen. But M. Bison in that movie was a legend. Even as a child watching this, I was like, this person deserves my respect. A good villain is a villain you must respect. You don't gotta like him, but you should respect him. And I don't believe they gave him much to work with either. So, good on him for making it at least bearable. Yeah, feel me? Hey, yo, what's up, Willow? What's up, Willow? It's always nice when my Twitch wife comes to check on me. Where do you find this Sega and Nintendo throwback music? I steal it from the Pirate Seas. This song is actually from. If you search. If you search this on YouTube, you'll find the same exact song. Willow being the perfect lurker. You know what? I should never doubt. I should never doubt it. Willow's always going to be the greatest lurker. The greatest lurker. Her and Natasha are a constant reminder of my failings that I need to fix. I need to fix the perfect lurker vibe. It's gonna be part of our New Year's. We're gonna get that shit working. We're gonna get that shit working. Well, even if I left it alone, they changed como se dice, they changed out the API callouts for it. They changed one of the callouts for it. I could just fix that and have the old one back, but come on now. Does that sound like something Hero would do? But maybe we should just fix the other one and then bring it back when it's all done. No, I think we would need to do a rewrite of it too because they actually didn't give us like Normally, if it was just the API call out just to switch it out, that'd be perfect. Um, but the thing that sucks is that the call downs for it no longer exist. So you have to change out everything. Yeah, it'll be like it'll be like 15 minutes. It barely works, and the things that were exacerbated from the old one will be even more exacerbated. Because two things that you wouldn't be able to do is you wouldn't be able to leave the race, and I wouldn't be able to kick people out of the race. So like I lose that sort of like security function. That's really why I didn't do it, because it's like it was more of a security thing. Don't worry, I'll get Minnie back on it. We'll fix that shit. I like to leave my task list for those strangers who, they stopped by one day, said, you know what, this is gonna be my thing. I'm gonna make coming here my thing. And then they said I'm gonna be back, and they just haven't found their way back. I want them to feel like when they come back, like yeah, I could have deleted you, but since I am the harborer of strangers, it just doesn't sit right if I got rid of them. No, those are other people's. Those are other people's tasks. I still need to detangle my hair, so that task is staying. Oh man, Willow, how long is your hair now? I was catching up to you a little bit, but then I did a little trim. Yeah, the before picture was that last picture. I was like, golly. I'm gonna get my hair done for New Year's. I appreciate the update. I need to get my hair done for New Year's. Might be going to Peru. Might be going to Peru. Not sure. But if I was a responsible adult, I'd save my money because we're gonna have a few expenses this year. You feel me? For sure. Well, Peru actually has but Peru's standard of living, their dollar rate is pretty comparable for us. I think it's $1 to three 14. But like you're right. I think you could buy like a whole meal. You could get empanada and two side dishes, for sure. I will. Wholeheartedly. Shit, you gave me about $20 today. I might fuck around by the village. Everybody getting an empanada, motherfucker. You get an empanada. You get an empanada. Hey, this is socialism. You get one too. Hell yeah, put it out there. Everybody getting one. Put it out there. Just make it rain. You feel me? You feel me? Just put it out there. Just make it rain. Just make it rain. When they ask, oh, what we gonna be like, oh, this is what we get for the, because everybody want to complain about the pizza party. I ain't complaining about the pizza party. Give me the pizza party. Damn it. Hell yeah, appreciate that. Well, yeah, it's time. Yeah. You know what? Let me just go ahead and make this easy for it. But let's all go get some rest of it. We're gonna all go to the gym together. Let's go to the gym together, work out some stress, and we can meet back up here. I'll be editing this weekend. I gotta edit this weekend anyway. It'll be a good getaway, good little feel good situation. You feel me? Because the Japan, I'm writing the script for the Japan video, but that doesn't mean I can't edit the video, right? Hey, what up, Super? Also, we have 2 miniature projects we want to do. We need to set up the call station so that we can call people, so people can call in to the show. I have a week and a half of data of video. I filled up 128 terabytes for video and filled up 2 terabytes worth of 1 terabyte of audio. I interviewed like 4 people. Super, if you wanna use the commands, you gotta be on YouTube. Is gigabytes for the audio. I mean for the video. 128 gigabytes of video times 3. And then for audio, I think it was just like 10 gigabytes. A DSLR mirrorless camera. Mirrorless camera. I'm on YouTube. I plan on making it a series. It was truly inspirational. Like, I really went there because of Assassin's Creed Shadows, and really came back on some. This is gonna be bigger than Assassin's Creed Shadows, so let me go ahead and buckle up and get ready to talk my shit. I've been thinking about buying a nice cam for astronomy pictures. Oh shit, yeah, that sounds expensive. That camera sounds heavy. That camera sounds heavy. All right. You know what else sounds heavy? The weights at the gym. The weights at the gym. All right, party people. I found the most interesting person in the coding department. She's wearing a red scarf. I was like, cool. But that also leads me to believe she probably doesn't speak English. So have fun with that. Like I said, my goal is to see y'all this weekend. I'll be here. Not going to any place special, but I got some work I want to do. Got some work. We got to be more careful. Thank you so much for all the bits. Poop, I greatly appreciate the debate. Robo Dom, my mod Yag, Willow coming to see me, my boy Ren coming to see me. It's always nice to have the cool kids come say hello. Please take care of yourselves. Make sure you all drink plenty of water. Stay away from them haters. They'll get your blood pressure up. And that'll kill you. Alright, love you guys. Bye-bye.